Hey Chris, how you doing? Doing really good with the streams. I'm enjoying them. The only problem is I'm not always by the desk. Yeah, I got a long day of painting myself, so I figured I'd start early. But I really do like the Vampirella. The face is absolutely amazing on that. That's why I say you should contact Sideshow. See if you could get like be able to do a print for them or something. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to ask. There's nothing wrong with seeing if you could send in portfolio pieces or tell them to check out your stuff. Worst thing they say is no. Hey, what's up, Marco? How you doing? Have you been gathering up the Sideshow points? I've been doing pretty well with them for the past couple days, so I'm waiting for them to show off that Power Girl sooner or later. That's not a problem. Well, I got enough saved up for Power Girl plus shipping right now, so I can't wait till they show that and put it up for order. Hey, Jag, hopefully I can see that right from here. Well, thanks for watching, I appreciate it. Long day of painting, so figure we'll stream early to see how the day goes. I was hoping to get my HDMI MI wires today so I can actually use the switch I purchased, but I'm gonna have to do it the other crappy way of switching cameras later. Hey, Raccoon. Well, that's good, Jack. There's a lot of stuff out there that you can play with. You going for a 1/4 scale, 1/6? Well, the XM stuff's fairly large, so it should be a fun project. Although I haven't, really chopped up XM statues yet. This should work for you fine. Yeah, Chris, I always do teeth first, and then I mask it off to do the skin, because I hate trying to do teeth after I paint up the skin. Because you can see I'm hitting all this stuff around here like an idiot, so... give it a basic coating of off-white beige first, and then try to get in there with the paintbrush. One down. All I'm using is skin tone to lighten up the mouth, the tongue and stuff. You don't want to really use too much white on it. Just try not to hit the teeth. Pain. I'm using mahogany as the darkest color. Hey, how's it going, Terrell? Hopefully everyone's having a good day today. Although I know it's freezing out here today. I'm all ready to paint up the Savage she-dragons today, except I figured let me start early, get his mouth done, and then I can paint them both at the same time. Always try to plan skin tones with the two statues if I can. Yeah, I'm going to get to those in a second. Once I finish up these teeth, I'm going to start painting those two up. I just wanted to get these rolling so I can pretty much dry them out, mask them up, and then I can do the skin tone on she-dragons and Nate at the same time. So if you're going to be around for a bit, it's going to be working on these pretty much for most of the day. If I get to the point where all the paint work is done and needs to dry, I'll do some sculpt work on something. Yeah, I figure what we'll do is we'll try to paint up Psylocke in sort of the same colors I used for that Wind Elemental bust. Not as dark, but similar. And then for Black Widow, we'll just go regular. Because I got the tubes of paint all mixed up already. And I figure once I get those rolling, we'll get up that new video series, and then we can pull out the back row for the next couple of streams. See how things work. If you're ever painting teeth and you want to kind of separate them a bit, you can use some of that skin tone color and the gum color to break it up a bit. That's what I try to do. Galaxy, if your paint is coming off with your fingers, you probably need to wash your hands a little bit more when you work. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I have a habit of trying to wash my hands a lot while I'm working. Some people wear gloves. I feel that I can't really work in gloves. But you should be sealing it up with something. With sealing depends on what you're using and what look you're going for. Tester's dull coat can help protect it a bit. I guess the other thing is what kind of paint are you using. So I'm pretty much using, you know, like Liquitex, Vallejo, P3. I try not to manhandle this stuff. I try to keep my hands as clean as possible. You know, it's a Tester's dull coat's good to kind of seal up your paints with. That'll probably help a little bit. The only problem with gloves is if you use latex gloves, you just got to be careful they don't have a lot of powder in them. It'll get all over your statue. You don't want to use like, well, some people use cloth gloves, but the problem with those is if your paint's sticky, the cloth will stick to it. Another thing is, are you trying to rush your statue? Are you know, do you like work on it a little bit and let it set up, or do you like sit there and try to bang it all out in one night? Yeah, that's what you need to kind of get out of the habit. If anything, work on like 2 or 3 items at a time. So like, see how I did these teeth? What I'll do is I'll blow dry them, let them set up. I'll use some clean silly putty and then silly putty it off and work on the skin. And then I'll let the skin dry for the night or a day or two, and then I could come back and I could do the hair and other stuff. You really need to let your paint set up. You should work on a section, seal it, let it dry, and then work on the next thing. You're better off having 2 or 3 projects at your desk than trying to do one and that's it. This way, if you have 3 characters ready to go, you do all the skin tone one night for a couple hours, then the next day you work on the outfit here, you work on the pants there, stuff like that. You can use silly putty almost on anything, really. So you see how I did these teeth? Now, because I used the Liquitex, this stuff takes a little bit longer to dry, so I'm going to hit it with a blow dryer. But what I usually like to do is hit it with a blow dryer and then gloss coat it with what is it? Tamiya Clear and then mask. But if you hit this with a blow dryer and really kind of let it sit, cool off, you could probably go in with some silly putty and mask it. But even silly putty, you still really want your stuff to sort of dry. You don't want to try and rush everything. I've learned in the past where I would paint something up and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this layer next, and then I mask it off, I put silly putty on it, saran wrap it, and when I pull it off, everything goes to hell. So yeah, it's honestly patience when it comes to this stuff. Take your time. Alright, I'm going to switch the cameras. So we're going to just disconnect real quick. I'll get that switch hooked up sooner or later. Where's the other? There we go. Alright, so like for instance what I'll do now is we'll start working on the skin tone on these, and I can hit this with a blow dryer right now, let it sit a bit, so after I finish one character I could come back and maybe spray the mouth down with the clear Tamiya clear, let that dry, then I could work on this character, and then I could come back and mask off these teeth and then do the skin tone there. It's you know, you just got to kind of plan it out so you can not ruin everything. Now, if you want to help your items dry a little bit faster, Testors Dull Coat. This stuff is good for like helping paint dry a little bit faster, but it also has a really potent smell. So don't, you know, overspray in your house. So what I can do is I can spray these teeth down real quick, and that might help sort of kind of dry it a little bit faster. So this kind of protects it, but this will also destroy certain paints. It's only good for like acrylics. These were Savage Sea Dragon statues. These were this character here. Epoxy clay or epoxy sculpt to mask? Is that what you're asking? Silly putty is the only thing to really mask with that I use because it doesn't stick to anything, it doesn't get tacky, you can use it over and over. A 5-pound brick could last you up to 6 years or longer. It's a great masking tool. Whereas other stuff has oils and chemicals in it that'll ruin everything. So I'll kick this on. Spray that down a bit, so that'll help kind of like seal it up a little bit. Let it dry, and then later, if I can find the bottle, I don't know what to do with it. I got a clear bottle somewhere. Oh, there it is. So what I'll do is I'll spray down the teeth with this clear Tamiya, just to give it like a little bit of a glossiness, and then once that dries it gives it like a nice sort of candy shell, so it kind of protects it. So we'll put these aside. Yeah, Stager, no, that's not a problem. It's just that Silly Putty is my masking tool. I don't use tape. I don't use what else? I just don't use tape. So, alright, gonna do a base coat. But she's only got the skin here to here, so she's a little bit easier. So we're gonna give her a little bit of a base coat first. And this was the bottle I used for the Garage Kits Elemental bust I just recently did, so we're going to use that for Psylocke. But I still like to use Garage Kits flesh just to kind of get a good coat of skin on them. just all tedious prep work I do before we start detailing. Yeah, Stager, if you can, honestly, if you know anybody in America that can order a 5-pound brick for you and then ship that 5-pound brick out to you, it will be expensive, but it'll last you years. I mean, I've been doing this since 2003, and I've bought 3 5-pound bricks over the years, and I mask all the time. So, as you can see, they'll ship, it's a box like this, and this is already like, I like a half a pound. I mean, maybe a pound left. And I bought this like 3 years ago, I think. And as you can see, I have all this silly putty in here. I have good stuff, semi-good, and then really nasty stuff. But you can use it over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah, it's going to be expensive, but I mean, if you really want a good masking tool, it's worth paying the extra cash and just having it. One of the reasons I do a base coat of skin tone with garage kits is sometimes it'll help me see if I see something I missed. So sometimes I'll see something here and I'll be like, crap, I gotta go in and sand it. And this garage kit stuff dries fairly fast, and it doesn't get like rubbery like other paints do. Because our hands in the way, that's going to be a pain. I have no clue. I've never heard of that stuff before. You can test it, you know, you can get like maybe a little tiny thing and test it on a paint up and see if it works. But I can't say that it will. I've tried everything. I've tried like wall tack they use on the wall tack on your walls. That stuff rips up paint. I've tried Play-Doh, but that stuff leaves a nasty residue all over your statue, like oil, because it's like oil-based Play-Doh. I've tried all different types of tape. They always rip up my paint. So I just use silly putty, that's it. I use it so much now, and it's just part of what I do, that There's no reason to try to switch it up at this point now. You can look online. There's a recipe. I think you can make your own Silly Putty. I don't know how well it'll work. You could try that. Whatever you do, just test. Grab a cheap item, a cheap statue, a cheap bow and bust, something, and test on that and see if it works. Yeah, no problem. If you ever, if it does work, come back into another stream and let me know. The reason why I like the Silly Putty is because it's got a very, very low tack. It's just enough to stay on your item and not pull up paint. And it doesn't, like, you know, paints don't ruin it. You just keep using it over and over and over. It's great. Alright. Yeah, those Diamond Select busts are cheap. Even some Bowen busts you could probably find cheap. You'll find something probably for like 30 bucks. Or even of those DC statues, the DC Direct ones, even though they stopped making statues, you can still find a lot of those cheap. It's worth a shot. Alright, what I normally do now is kind of look these over. See if there's anything I'm missing. That looks fairly clean. There's a little air bubble right there on the neck. Just fill that in real quick. You like the smell of Play-Doh? Oh, God, I hate the smell of Play-Doh. Yeah, Chris, I've tried the liquid mask. That's the other thing I've tried. What happened was, I forgot what, it was a while back though, probably back in around 2006. I painted up an item and I liquid masked it, and it worked out great. I mean, it didn't hit anything, but when I pulled up the liquid mask, it's like it soaked into the paint. It just ripped it right off. I don't know if it was the paint I used. So I tried it again on another item, and that ripped off that paint, so I just said screw it, I'm not using that anymore. Because when I went to a Jersey Fest, the house where Dave was having at the house before he made it a show, they told me about Silly Putty, and I tried it, and I just never looked back. So anytime you have a little scratch, a little air bubble, this Tamiya stuff works out great. It'll dry up fairly fast where I could kind of sand it down. I don't know, Raccoon. It sounds like you got some issues there. Alright, we're going to let Psylocke dry a bit and we'll go ahead and do her first. Hellspawn, no, these are pre-painted statues you buy at, like, you know, online or comic book stores. I don't really do a lot of 3D print stuff. Even though, I mean, I do a lot of kits that are 3D printed, but they're casted up in resin. What I really do is I find a lot of statues like this, you know, you get these in the stores, and then I customize them. .3D printing is still new. We've talked about this before in a couple of the streams. The 3D prints that come out of the printer are very brittle and fragile. You really should be making resin copies of them so they're durable. Alright, let's get some... Just kind of grabbing a bunch of paints I'm going to need. Now we're going to make some of the original skin with some raw burnt sienna. Get a little bit of a shadow going. Oh, if that works, Hellspawn, that's good. I just know a lot of some of the 3D print stuff I've seen recently come to my hand are very brittle. Maybe it's just a matter of getting the better resins. I'm not really sure. Okay, so let's get a little closer. just hitting heavy shadowing on her for now. Just so one thing I hate about smaller statues, it's hard to get in there with the airbrush. So she looks a little weird now. Get in there with some other colors. Actually, I'm not a fan of these cheaper printers as of right now. When I say cheaper printers, the printers that are like 4K, 3K printers, I see a lot of striations in them. They're not as clean. I'm not saying that it, you know, they won't be down the line, but right now I think they're still a little. I think you got to step up the game and get to those like really expensive printers, which are like around 50K or more. But even those, I've seen some really rough line work. I know the printers that Onich has over there in China, they're like crazy. They're like a couple $100,000 printers, and those things are sick. Alright, we got pale flesh, and we got bright flesh. We'll mix both of them together so they're not just red or orange. Kind of vermilion hue. Alright, we're going to use semi-transparent skin tone. Sort of. Let's get her on. just kind of misting down, letting the paint go wherever. Galaxy, you can use it with a paintbrush, but it's very, very watery. So it really won't kind of do much, but I mean, you can paint with a paintbrush. A lot of guys do out there. But I mean, semi-transparency is basically skin tone with a little bit of a, you know, a little bit thinned out. So if you just buy skin tone and you use an airbrush, you can just kind of thin it if you want. Alright, so we're going to go back to the bright flesh, which is kind of more red. Hit the cheeks a little bit, or at the breast area. I don't have a formula for painting. I just kind of hit it all over the place and just keep blending. I just keep going back to the other colors in my cup, tone an area down a bit. Because like, there's not much skin to her, so. What I usually like to do is try to bring out the jaw a bit. I don't know if we can see. Usually I try to hit a little bit of the lighter at the bottom and a little bit of lighter up top, and kind of keep the cheeks a little bit darker. Little tiny spray goes a long way if you can control it. Hellspawn, if I make a mistake, I gotta fix it. It happens a lot. Her hands are not going to be skin tone, they're actually going to be the gray gloves. We actually talked about that last stream. If you look at some of the old artwork, her hands are actually gray. It's a complete bodysuit for her. It's kind of what we're going for. I mean, it's hard to show what I'm really doing because she's so small. But you can kind of see how it's starting to shape up a bit. Also, for those who might not know, these are sort of filler items just to kind of get done and out the door. I'm not really putting a lot of time and effort into them. Once I start up the Batgirl statue for the online, for for the stream series. That'll be way more in-depth. These are just kind of, want to get them out of my studio. I'm sick of looking at the boxes. My PSI is usually probably around 30, 35 with this brush, but I can control the PSI with this adapter on it. So I usually keep it fairly high. As far as a mistake, no, I don't strip anything down. I try to just keep everything clean as I go. So if I mess up on the skin tone or if I scratch it, I just got to go back and touch it up. So at this point, I like to use testers on these garage kit colors because I know this won't destroy the paint. This sort of melts the paint together because the way garage kit paints are, they're kind of more like chalky than like rubbery. So as you saw, I sprayed pretty heavy. It's kind of glossy there. It's kind of really wet. But what it does with the garage kit colors, it sort of kind of melts them together a bit. So I usually just kind of like to let it sit a bit there and just kind of between her breasts there, I'm gonna have to go in with some pastels in a second, but we'll get to that in a little bit. And I might do a little bit of eyeshadow as well. What, the Tester's dull coat? It's a flat top coat. It's good for with these garage kit paints. I don't like to use this stuff too much on my statues, only because it like can destroy some paints and react. But it's good for like the skins. But we still got some more to go on the skins. I have to still seal it with the car paint and then dull it down, but we'll get there. Yeah, Galaxy, the smaller the statue, the more trouble I have. I like the bigger stuff. 1/4 scale is kind of like the spot I like to stay at. Alright, so what that does is it seals it, but it's not really like super protected. I mean, it does seal it, but like you say, in 3 days it's really dry. You still can kind of mess it up with your fingers. So the Testers is good to a point. So I'm going back to the semi-transparency. Kind of hit it with some more areas. You know, there's only so much you can do with this smaller area. You know, I can't really sit there. But, you know, we could do some pastel work. We can kind of clean up some stuff. I've heard a lot about those pastels. I think a lot of people use them. I just stick to the women's makeup. I don't like to go too crazy with pastel, that's the thing. That's why I like the women's makeup, because it's more finer. I just try to stay away from pastels, period. If I can. Just not a fan of them. I'd rather try to do as much as I can with the airbrush. Alright, so let's try. It's gonna be tricky. I think I can do it. So this is my HPB airbrush. I tried to save this for tiny, tiny areas. If it doesn't clog. I gotta clean this when I get a chance. I just cleaned my airbrushes this morning, but I forgot this one. But we'll see what we can do. We'll just give her smoky. We're gonna try to give her a little bit of smoky eyes with this brush. This is a transparent Payne's Gray from Garage Kits. So it's kind of like a bluish. Gotta go a little bit lesser PSI. Yeah, no problem, Hellspawn. I mean, like I tell everybody, you know, guys in the hobby helped me, so it's kind of paying it forward. I don't know, Modelvol. I think the guys in Canada don't want you having this stuff anymore. Alright, so we go downwards. Alright. See if I can. So this is where if I mess up I got to do the skin over again, but let's see if we can. That's good enough for smoky eyes on a scale like this without going too crazy. If you want, which you can do, there's still a little bit of the Payne's Gray in there. If we mix it with Pale Flesh. Pale Flesh is a little bit orangey, so it'll give it a little bit more brownish look. There we go, without going too crazy. Hold on, we're this direction, there we go. Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. And then what we're gonna do is pull out this stuff here. I always make sure this airbrush is clean because this is my good one. Put that aside, don't lose the cap. Alright. And we got our blush. Alright, a little bit back for. Alright, so you can see my little makeup kit there. I got specific brushes I try to save. So this is blush. And we'll just give her a little bit around the cheeks. And a little bit under there. A little bit up around here. That's my the blush. And if you go to this brush, mix up some of these colors. Try to darken that middle area because I can't hit that with the airbrush. Okay. Now whenever I do something and I see there's a mess up, get a little bit of the paint. Good. So I got one of my older brushes. Anytime you have some older ones, kind of hold on to them. And then I could get a little bit in there deeper. That's kind of how far I would go with this. Like I said, it's too small. It's hard to get into areas. But I think that's good with that. So, let's seal this up. Now, I go above and beyond with sealing this stuff, but I've done it before in a lot of my other videos. Yep, just regular women's makeup. You just go over to a CVS, Walmart, pick up a bunch of it. Just don't get anything that's like cakey, like some of them are really soft, like almost like a toothpaste, like really dry toothpaste. Stay away from those and stay away from glitter. Try to find a flat makeup stuff. It's the same thing as pastels. It's just, you know, just makeup. Like I said, it's fine. That's as far as I'll go with like pastels. I don't like to go crazy with pastels. I really don't. But so what we'll do now is I'm going to use car paint on my skin tone because I like to secure it. Now, this is your typical Duplicolor, you know, clear top coat. Clear top coat. If you guys can see that. You can use this on all your acrylics and stuff to really secure things. And then after this dries, I use matte varnish to dull it back down. So this is going to look like it's a car paint thing. It's going to be really, it's potent too, so make sure you do this like in a well ventilated area. And then it just protects it. This really protects skin. Try not to spray too crazy after you did pastels. And if you do use pastels from other companies, test this process first. Alright, so as you can see, it's shiny as all hell. So you let that dry for a little bit. not too long, you know, just enough. Usually takes a few. This matte varnish will dull down anything. Like, if you do a really crazy gloss coat item, or you're using paint that's very glossy, like say Liquitex out of the bottle, you know, like say, do I have an example? Thought I did. Like, if you use some of this like Liquitex soft body stuff, you know, and you thin this stuff down and you spray it onto an item, sometimes this stuff stays a little bit glossy. Get this matte varnish, it'll dull it right down. It's amazing. You'll see how this dulls this down. Now, after I do the matte varnish, if I see that there's an area still kind of messed up or it needs to be lightened or whatever, I could go back in there again with the airbrush, paint it again, and then do another varnish, and it works. So the reason why I do the car paint on top of my skin tone is because if you mess up skin tone, that's the worst thing to go and repair back down the line. So that's why I like to use the car paint. While that's drying, let's get the clear Tamiya and clear up the Nate's mount. So this is why I say have a couple projects at once. So go backwards. So just put some of this clear. Now I can put the Nates on the side, let those dry up, and then after we do Psylocke, I could probably mask off these teeth and work on his skin. Although the Tamiya stuff is thick as all hell. So this stuff dries fairly fast. You know, it's kind of like pretty much almost dried. That's the cool thing about that Duplicolor stuff. So we'll go to our varnish. dulls it right down. Now there's a little spot on the forehead I don't like, so what I'll do is back to the varnish. So then I let that dry for the night, just to really let it cure up. And then I could come back and do the lips, the eyes, start working out the hair, the trim around the outfit, and from there. So let's get Psylocke. Hey Ken, how's it going? Alright, so for her, grab some of the sandpaper and fix this spot. Alright. Now we're going to use this other paint as a base to give her a little bit of a semi-darker skin. We'll give her a little bit more highlights. Hey Raphael, thanks. Appreciate it. It's going a little bit longer today. The rate I'm going might be to just turn on the camera every Friday now, just from the morning to the end. Alright, so let's... Going to take the base skin, mix with a little bit of burnt sienna. Of course, it goes all over my hand. And I'm going to put in some raw sienna. Trying to give her a little bit more of a yellowish tint. We'll see how it goes. I would say this is a 1/6 scale. Alright, now we're going to mix in some of this transparency flesh into this cup already that's here. Lighten it up. Whatever you do when you mix up your paints on skin tones, remember your color scheme in case you mess anything up. so we could kind of see the variation of the colors. So trying to separate them from the same paint up. Hey Marco, why don't you just like drive over the border and go pick up some at a hobby store or something? One of the other things too is, like I say in a lot of my videos, if you're concerned about your skin tone, grab a color. I know she's not perfectly, she's kind of more of this color outfit, so you can kind of see where it's going. Get an idea. What do you guys think for her blue outfit? More of a purplish blue or more of a blue? I think the Jim Lee kind of had it more cobalt blue, I think. Alright, some more of the bluish color, I guess. Darken up a little bit of areas here. Throw some bright flesh. So with her, she's got a little bit more yellows and some of these reds in there. Although I screwed up this spot over there. What do we think? Eyeshadow on her or no eyeshadow? Just like darken it a bit, or go with black, purple, or just kind of like a darker brown? So we got someone for darker brown so far. Not sure how well it's showing in the camera. I won't go too crazy with the blush either. We'll kind of leave it how it is. Alright, so before we do that, we'll put her... So, can you guys see it okay in the camera? She's brighter, more fair skin. She's got more of the, what is it? I guess you could say raw sienna look. A little bit more yellowish skin. Alright, before we do the eye, I just kind of want to look it over one more. Just kind of hit it with the tester's dull coat. Yeah, I've definitely got to fix the spot over here. I think a little bit of the face. Grab something to drink real quick. I try to save the facial features to the end when I'm ready to seal it for good. Only because it kind of sucks if you work on the eyes and then all of a sudden you see a spot and then you get some paint on that area you did the eyes work on and then you ruin it all. So try to keep everything going. So, royal blue, deep blue outfit, purple hair, right? Purple eyes. Red lipstick or blue lipstick or purple lipstick or dark blue purple. I don't know. Just trying to think out loud at the moment. Come to the conclusion a lot of the sideshow items and company items, most of their skin tones is like raw sienna color. Whenever I do repairs of them, I find out I use this color mostly than anything to kind of repair it. So deep red lips instead of bright red. Sorry, Raccoon, I'm going to be here a while. A lot of stuff to work on tonight. I want to punch the highlights a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Make the cheekbones pop a little bit. Yeah, starting to get there now. Make sure the booty pops a little bit. Can't have that sitting there not. Alright. Only thing that sucks is because she's so small scale, it's hard to do a lot of variation with the lip. Alright, let's try and do the eyes a bit. Let's see with the blow dryer real quick. Alright. So we got leather tan. Let's try drop of pale. A little bit of leather tan and drop of Payne's gray. So we're looking at something like that color. So it's not pure, it's kind of brownish. Keep it light, go a little bit darker. Trying to think. Now, one of the things about this watery stuff this small, it may bleed on you. So what I like to do is warm up the item a little bit. I think for Psylocke maybe that'll work. It's not overly shadowed, but at least got something there. Because don't forget, once we put in the eyelashes, it'll really pop out a lot more. See, for her, I probably wouldn't do much pastel work on her because there's really no need to. I think the booty worked out fine. And I don't want to put too much blush on her cheeks. I've really never seen her with kind of that type of a color on her cheeks. How's the color? Let me see if... Alright, I think we can seal her up. Alright, so I just realized I missed a spot underneath her arm. So we can go ahead and touch that up. Steger, I did some prototype work for Bowen Designs back in the day, but that's about it. I found that kind of working for somebody takes all the fun out of the hobby, so I started doing commissions for people. and now it's a business, but I have way more freedom and fun now. I mean, working for a company is great if that's what you want to do, but the thing that sucks is, you know, if I talk to somebody and we want to make the character look this way, and that's what they want, that's what they get. Whereas when you work for a company, you're listening to a bunch of suits in a boardroom that are telling the company, no, 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 it's not supposed to look like that, it's supposed to look like this. It's kind of, it just takes the fun out of the hobby. It was a hobby for me in the beginning anyway. I mean, look at all the guys on like Instagram and Facebook that are making all these fan art statues. They're absolutely mind-blowing, but you'll never see those made from a company. You know, even like in the artist alley at like comic book conventions, when you get these commissions from guys, you get this crazy artwork, but sometimes, you know, when you see it in the comic books, they're kind of dulled down and they're not as fun. Yeah, you know, I guess the other thing too is I worked 11 years for somebody, and then you put all that time and effort into them, and then they're like, okay, we're closing the company, you're gone. And what do you do then? So I figure you only live once, try and make this a business and have fun for once. I'm enjoying it. I'd rather be like 65, 70 and look back and say I experimented, I tried it, I had fun, and that's it. Alright, so while this one dries, yeah, I'll definitely take a look later or tomorrow when I get a chance. Try and follow a lot of people on Instagram since I got signed up there a few months back. So now that these had some time to pretty dry up, this is fresh silly putty. I just pulled it out of the box. The reason why I'm using fresh for the mouth is because if it's still a little bit tacky at all, and it's got the paint bits in there, sometimes it might grab it, only because I use that clear coat stuff. All you really need to do is just kind of Raphael, these are the Nate Grays from Age of Apocalypse. I have 4 of them. I'm doing 2 because the guys I'm doing them for are going to be driving out to pick up their other items. So I figured I could try to get these done, and then me and my friend's Nate Gray, ours, I'll get done another time. The Sideshow Hulk I did a while back, I don't know if you remember, where I took off the cloth. That's been sitting on my damn floor for a year now. So they want to come and get that, so I figured I'd get their Nates done too. I need to get all this stuff out of my house. The lockdowns delayed everything, so there's just boxes on boxes of stuff. I personally might do a little bit extra to my Nate Grays when I get to mine. I might add a little extra, I might redo something, or I'm not sure yet. Yeah, it does look like an orange slice. I'm putting extra in there because if you try to do it just like on the outside, it just starts to seep in on you and then you might ruin it. So I just kind of shove a bunch of extra in the mouth. It's not going to harm it. Just got to be careful if it's something that's got like pointy teeth. You don't rip out the teeth afterwards. Yeah, you can expect more delays than that. Actually, I think you're pretty lucky considering. I've seen I know there's a lot of items out there people still haven't gotten since probably the lockdowns in Jersey since like April. There's still a lot of stuff on delay. I think that's why like a lot of the statue companies are not pumping stuff out because there's so many delays. If they keep trying to pre-sell stuff, it's going to be so long before it comes out. Okay, let's move these aside. So he's got a neck here, a neck here, and then the two heads. So I tried rigging something up for these heads and it just didn't work. Try again. This might work. I guess we'll just do that. You guys see the Scarlet Witch that SciShow just showed yesterday? What do you guys think about it? I actually like it a lot. Oh, okay, so you're a Hulk fan. Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure you'll get some more Hulk sooner or later. Alright, Ken, I'll check them out. I got a lot of catching up to do. It's been a bad week. I've been on the phone dealing with a lot of other stuff. Hoping next week's kind of a little bit laid back. Well, I'm waiting for the Ahsoka, the Storm, and the Power Girl. I want to see what Sideshow shows off on those. I was hoping Kotobukiya would show off some Street Fighter stuff for the female line, but they didn't. I think it's just last year delayed everything. So I think we're just kind of in limbo for a bit. Once things get back on track. Third shifts suck. I did that after art school. I was working in the city. I hated it. So good luck with that. I don't miss third shift, I'll say that much. I remember I had to get up, get the train, get into the city. Try to get done with work and run to get the train in time before the last train goes home. Yep, crappy days then. Good thing with Nate, he's only got this much skin tone. At least you get to drive. It's kind of weird to see where the jacket is and where the skin is. Yeah, we're gonna use some transparent pale flesh. We don't want Nate to have too much of a it's supposed to look younger, so we won't go too crazy. Might work better if I have him sort of I don't know about you guys, I find it easier to have all the items together to paint. I hate painting in pieces. One of the other things too is I got to be careful. There's a zipper that hangs here. This one already broke off. So it means probably going to be breaking these a lot. These are considered 1/4 scale statues, but they're probably, well, these are considered 1/4 scale within the whole fan art fan base on Facebook. Probably a little bit larger than a Sideshow 1/4, but not by much. Scales are all over the place between fan art stuff, Sideshow, Prime 1, XM. So it's kind of just a base thing, I guess. I did do a review on this on my channel, so if you look up X-Men or Nate Gray Age of Apocalypse review, you probably get a better understanding of what it looks like. Basically, he's one of my favorite characters, so it's kind of a grail for me. Not sure yet if for mine I'm going to keep the base. I've been debating if I want to change it up. Not sure yet. So he's younger, so I'm trying to give him a little bit more softer colors. This is a P3 Formula Flesh Wash. This is a really cool color. I like to use this on a lot of the male characters. Now I just gotta remember which head goes to which one. I gotta mark these. That head goes on smooth. This one's kind of tight. One spot here, for some odd reason, it's not looking right. Man, this is super tight. There we go. Yeah, don't mind me, I'm just kind of trying to get this to work. Because once we pull off the mouth, do the eyes, the glowing eye, the white hair, the black hair, it should come together, but there's not really much to go on. Now the only thing with Tester's dull coat and silly putty, it melts silly putty. So don't try and pull up the silly putty right away after you spray. You gotta let it kind of dry. Do a little bit more highlights, let that kind of dry up a bit. think that works. Keep them a little bit younger. You don't want to go too crazy with shading. Yeah, now that I got him up in the light a little bit better. There's just a little spot here. I like that one. Good. Good. Let that set up a bit. What I might need to do is kind of play with the mouth a little bit with the putty before I seal it. Alright, be right back. Alright, we're gonna let Nate's dry out for a while. And we're gonna switch cameras and maybe try some trim work on the She-Dragons. Alright, let's switch cameras. Normally I try to let this stuff dry for a while, but I think we could do some trim work. Now that I'm looking at see both their colors maybe a little bit better. So Psylocke's got more of a yellowish skin, and Widow has more of a fairer skin. Like to see what the color will look like. Yeah, okay. Alright, so since she's fairly easy, we're going to try to do some of her whites in the eye. Well, grays in the eye, actually. Alright, get yourself a nice fine brush. We're going to try to do the trim on her outfit, some of the hair, and maybe we can do the facial features and get it over and done with. What do you guys think for the gray outfit? I'm thinking a gray outfit with a little interference blue on it to make it look a little silky. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, add some interference. So basically I do interference on the outfit, but then her boots kind of maybe make them a little bit flat. So it kind of breaks this up a little bit more. gonna try to close the eyes up a little bit with the paint, only because they're sculpted so wide. Figure just a little bit. Jelena? Well, basically these Savage Dragons, kind of the chat is kind of chiming in with these, so it's kind of like it's a little bit of an experiment with them. See what people want to see done. Basically, when I first popped these out, everybody decided to do the Psylocke, and then we decided on Black Widow, but then we ended up doing the gray version. So, sort of something different for the stream. Trying to get a little bit of a... Try not to make the brush too wet where it bleeds, but not too dry where nothing goes on. Alright, so for Widow, I guess we go with red lips, right? Or darker red. So more of a brighter red. I think we could probably do that. I have messed up on lips where I went right across the face in the past, so if you guys do it, I think a lot of people do. What do you guys think? Yeah, I think that looks... that works for her. Alright, so she's kind of that orangey red hair. So we're gonna mix some of this orange, kind of a weird orange. It's too dark. Let's use this. Just to make life easier. Yeah, this is just a tedious work. No, it's not exciting, but I always find doing trim makes life easier. not really worried that it's not really all perfect coloring, so I'll probably mask it and then hit it better afterwards. It's just easier for masking. So this is a lot of the tedious stuff I cut out of my videos. Just gives you guys an idea. If I sat there and showed that, the videos would never end. Alright. So we're going to do the trim on her outfit. And use the darker gray. Actually, now that I think about it, that gray right there is almost perfect. I need to go darker than that. I actually like that gray. Trying to get in here so we don't mess this up, and tricky. So doing all this tedious trim makes my life easier when I mask. Sit there and mask off with no problem. Hey, what's up, Meta John? Yeah, been working on this all day, pretty much. So that is the tedious stuff. Now I still have our eyebrows to do. But definitely got a sexy looking Black Widow. Alright, eyebrows are tricky, so what we're going to do is sort of a light wash, kind of mark them out. Yeah, eyes are a pain in the butt, period. So I think facial features are something I just got to keep practicing and try and get better. This is smaller scale too, so I have trouble with the smaller stuff. Now, one of the good things about why I clear coated it and then I varnished it is because if you mess up, you can go in and sort of pull it off without ruining your skin tone. You can't dig it off, but if you just use some saliva, one of these little things, you can sort of pull up that paint once. So think of it as like a Control-Z once with paint. So that's why I car paint, clear it, I varnish it, and then I do this stuff over it. So say if you screwed up on the lips, you could go in there and sort of pull it off a little bit, and you might get lucky. If you sit there and you kind of rub it around and you pull it away, then you're just going to stain everything. But it kind of helps to kind of clean up a little bit here and there on the face. So that's why I go crazy with that sealing, and it just helps. Same thing with doing the trim. So say you bled a little bit over on the area. If you're fast enough and you use one of these, you could sort of pull it off and you'll get away with maybe fixing it without screwing up the skin tone. So that's kind of like where we're at with her now, which is good. I'm definitely going to put eye decals on her because I'm not painting those eyes. So we can move on to Psylocke. Now her, I just got to be careful not to mess up the legs. Stretch a little bit too as well. There you go, I just got an email. That's a $5 thing for Sideshow points if you guys do the points. I do those points all the time, so. Yeah, by doing that car duplicolor car paint seal on her, you basically add a clear coat of paint onto your skin, and then when you add the varnish onto that, you add another layer of clear. So it kind of gives you a little bit of a room for error to sort of pick up a mistake. Now I'm not saying you could sit there and slap on a whole thing of paint and rub it off, but if you're just doing that little bit of trim work, it kind of helps, because the way it works is the Garage Kit color skin tones, if you don't do what I did with it, and say you do a watery trim paint, that paint soaks up the color and it sort of bleeds like watercolor, like even like you know, like how color would go on your you know, paper towel and bleed. That's what happens with those Garage Kit paints. But by adding the car paint and then the varnish, you have a little bit of layers to sort of rub off with paint, mess up. It's not 100% effective, but it's better than ruining the whole entire paint and having to go and touch it up. It's kind of hard to explain unless you sat there and you messed with the paints and then you did it. So if you paint your skin tone and then you just sit there and start trying to do trim and you mess it up and you try to rub it off, you rub off your skin paint. If you try to do a couple of those layers like I did, you have a little bit more freedom. Try it on one of your items. You know, if you're working on something, you know, do some skin tone, seal it up the way I sealed it with those two sealers, and then try to do some trim. And then if you realize like you did a little bit of an extra trim, you can just sit there, put some saliva on your piece and just rub it off. I came up with that a few years back when I was doing a lot of skin tones and I kept ruining them. And I kept on thinking about, you know, like graphic design. So I used to do graphic design, you know, Photoshop, you have all these layers. So I thought about adding clear layers on top of it and then being able to wipe those away. It's kind of how it worked out. Yeah, that's the problem with you know, a lot of this paints. You mess up, you want to just hit Control Z and go backwards, but you can't. Like, I think I went a little too far over here. So we can just see it. sort of take it down a little bit. So I'm just trying to take my time with this stuff, try not to rush it, plus I'm trying to see what I'm doing. Like I said, I'm trying to fudge the eyes just a little bit so they're not as wide as the original sculpt is. So it sort of helps a bit. Alright, so I forgot, what were we talking about the lips on her? Darker red? I forgot. Deep red? Yeah, so we talked about a deep red. Alright. So deep red. We will get the red over here. There we go. Like I say, this is the tedious stuff. That's why I always tell people, just sit back, relax, hit the music, take your time. So mix up some of this mahogany, some of this red. Whenever I do lips, I go very slowly and keep building out the outer layer, because I have the habit in the beginning to try to do the whole lip in one shot, and it would always ruin it. So if I'm not in the camera, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get this right. See, now that you said a steady hand, I'm gonna start moving my hand a lot. When I think about it, I start moving my hand all over. When I don't think about it, I'm fine. Try to not think when I do this stuff. Also, try to get your hand comfortable. If you're working on something, try to rest it somewhere instead of trying to do this. You know, kind of like rest it on something. It'll probably help a little bit. Like, I'm putting my finger here, I rest it there. Don't be afraid to turn the item upside down. Stuff like that. So like I said, if I'm not in the camera, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to... Nah, it's fine. It's just... So that's kind of a deep lips. So what I like to do on the smaller statues, I like to make the upper lip darker and then the bottom lip a little bit lighter. Without, you know... I mean, I could add a different color for her later, but I think that worked pretty well. See, that's the problem, is sometimes you get bleeding and you have to pull it up. So I might go through a few of these. Gotta hit this with the blow dryer. Alright, so I think what we're going to do is start working the trim on the outfit a bit. Let's see, this is primary. Let's see. Alright, so I'm going to use this P3 because it's thicker and it won't bleed as much. I'm going to mix a little bit of black into it. I'm trying to find a good color. Like, see, there's a spot of something over here. Able to wipe it away. Works out pretty well. See, that's why I don't like to use watery paints, because they just bleed. So my airbrush paints are not that great for trim work. Digital man, I have tons of different sizes. Literally, I don't have a specific size at all. I just have all kinds of different lengths, you know, everything. Basically, what I suggest is go on eBay and find a magnet seller and just order a bunch of different sizes. You'll never know what size you need. You know, get some thick, big ones, get some small ones, get tiny ones. Whenever I need a specific size, I'll just order a crap load extras. Because you could be working on a statue where one arm is thicker than the other, and you need a thinner magnet or a thicker one. You know, those guys on eBay, or they have just tons of different sizes. There really is no best. It's just whatever size you need. As long as it's N52, it doesn't matter the size. Like, just sit there and measure up your arm when you're ready to measure them. And so if you're, just say this is like 10 millimeter, you know, you can order a 5 millimeter wide, 6 millimeter, 8, 10, and this way you have a couple different ones, because, you know. I mean, 4x5 is really small. You know, it's good to order like 5 millimeter wide, and then get a bunch of like, you know, different thickness ones. I mean, it might work. You're just better off just having a bunch of different ones. How's it going, Andrew? Yeah, no problem, Digital Man. I'm just trying to, you know, I know you might not need a lot of them, but it's just easier to order a bunch and not need them later. And they're not that expensive. This is going to be the tricky part. Trying to do this part in here. Some might work. What happened, Raz? Did it explode on you? I guess if it's the bottom of the base and you want to just do it an easier way, just use some Bondo. The all-purpose Bondo. I usually use that for the bottom of bases where you just slap it on, even it out, and then sand it down and you're done. That's if it's a large item. If it's not that large, you can go with Aves. But, I mean, if it's a large item, you don't want to waste all that Aves. The only thing about Bondo is the stuff stinks to high hell. I hate the smell of it. It just lingers and never goes away. You can see how tedious and boring this is. I find that that foam filler you get at Home Depot doesn't really work in statues like everyone used to tell me it did. Seems what happens, it sort of fills up, but then it just goes to the bottom and just kind of collects. I want to try that foam stuff, that foam resin that Smooth On has, but I haven't gotten a project in a while where I had to fill it up with, you know, like some kind of a foam. Well, at least it didn't explode your item. I mean, I think that one statue, I forgot which one it was, when I tried to put foam in it, it started breaking the item, and I had to kind of pop holes into the item before it exploded on me. I forgot what it was. Okay, half the trim done. Alright, have a good one, Raz. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we're just doing some of the tedious stuff now, so not really entertaining. I think what I'll try to do is finish up her trim, and then maybe we can do Black Widow's outfit. I think she'll be dry enough to do that. Try to get a lot done. And then maybe by next stream, if all goes well, I can have her masked off. And then maybe finish up Black Widow. It's over, just dive into it. Can't think about it, just pop open a kit and start working. Or if you got too many, sell some off. Just so you don't have 60 lingering over your head. I had to purge a while back. I had way too many items I was never going to get to. So I figured let me get down to a couple bare minimum ones and more important stuff. I had that one Bayonetta kit from Volks. Always wanted to put it together, just never had the time. Then I found out it was worth a couple $100, so I put it out on eBay. Alright, we're getting close. So this brush is destroyed after these two kits. Alright, 2 more lines, and this can be put away for a bit. Yeah, actually this blue, I use it for a lot of stuff. It's a Citadel Calidor Sky. This blue out of the bottle is absolutely amazing. I'll probably use this blue plus a little bit of shading here and there, but it's a really good blue. It goes on nice and smooth. Thin it down with a little bit of water and it'll go right through the airbrush on. So I like Citadel paints, I really do. They're so expensive though. See, I'm spending hours doing this trim. I'll spend an hour or so masking it, and it'll take 5 minutes to friggin' paint it. Alright, so if I missed any little spots here and there, I'm just gonna take a break because I've been at that too long. Sometimes you just gotta step back from something after a little bit. Yeah, because I can see some spots I gotta touch up. That's fine. It could drive you nuts after a while. I just go into the zone sometimes, Raccoon, when I paint, even if friends are over, or like I didn't even realize it was like 6:30 already, and I started the stream at what, like 2:30? But I think we can get a lot of her done today. Psylocke, I think for the next stream, hopefully I can have her masked up and we can just start painting right away. Get the majority of it done. Alright, so now more tedious masking time. So all you have to do with Silly Putty is just warm it up in your fingers. Just smush it into the area. This is why I buy the expensive dentist tools on eBay, even though they're like $20, $30 a tool. They got great angles on them. They won't bend. They can scrape your paints, but I feel they're worth it though. If you just nice and soft, you don't jam it into the item. It's good for sculpting and masking. Like this one's got some paint on it, so you can just kind of scrape it off. Like I say, normally I would let this rest for a night and not mess with it, but we can get away with it on this one. And one of the reasons I do the trim too is, for one, it gives me room for error, and two, it shows me where I need to mask. Probably not raccoon. I know people come in and out. I'm sure when I get more exciting projects and stuff, people would hang around longer, but it's just tedious stuff. But that's the whole point of the live stream, to show you guys exactly what's going on. how long the stuff takes. That's good, Raccoon. I think more people need to pick up hobbies. I think people are losing their minds too much. Gotta get back to the days of doing some stuff after a long job instead of sitting in front of the TV. Alright, so usually what I do at times is sort of check out the item in case there's any kind of overspray. Just to make sure. Alright, time to switch cameras again. First, let me get off these statues. Alright, gonna switch cameras, hold on one. Alright, so I already got this bottle of gray mixed up. It's a perfect color for her. We're going to use Payne's Gray as shading. And everyone said interference colors, so let's get some of these paints out of the way. perfect gray. It's got a nice bluish tint to it. I like that gray. The gray looks good. Steger, sorry about that. Yeah, like I said, I gotta get my switch hooked up. Right now I got the wire hanging out. Hopefully next stream I'll have it done. I think I know his channel. I'm not sure. My friends show me a lot of other people's channels. Problem is I never have a chance to look at them because I'm always working. Yeah, like I said, hopefully next stream I'll have the switch on. If I go back and forth, I could just hit the button. Getting there. Slowly but surely, the streams will get better, hopefully. Alright, we're going to mix some of this with the Payne's Gray. Hey, how's it going, Rob? Yeah, these sea dragons, I just want to get them out of the house, really. Alright, so I mixed up some Payne's Gray with the gray I'm working on. So we'll do some shadowing. The idea is not to overshadow a gray. So I don't want to go too crazy. I didn't realize he made her arms jacked. I mean, like, now that I look at this more, he really did sculpt the hell out of these arms. Not worried about too much shading because I'm going to tone it all down. I think, like I said, I think I know who you're talking about. I might have seen the channel a few times, but I'm not sure. Usually by the end of the night I'm so tapped out I just want to veg out and watch some random stuff or look up artwork or something. Alright, I think we got a nice good base. So let's add some of the interference blue to it, make it pop a little bit more. So what I usually do is throw some of my alcohol water into the cup, and then I use the interference acrylic stuff. I think I need more because this is kind of empty. A little bit goes a long way. Not sure how well you guys can see, it starts to add a little silkiness to her. I like that, that looks pretty cool. Makes it pop a little bit more for being just gray. Now, to finish this off, what I'll do is I'm going to use a satin varnish on her. So it's not flat, but it's not... Well, if I go flat, you know what, we're going to mix half matte, half satin. That's what we'll do. Satin might make it too shiny and matte might make it too flat. Yeah, that worked out. So it's this way, it's not like super in your face, but it has sort of a texture. Although a little bit silver sprayed. It's got sort of a velvet look to it now. that. It looks pretty cool. Oh, it's not that bad. I think we could pull it off the masking. Not bad. Nice color for it. I think the skin pops out really nice. Yeah, that's always a good thing when you're able to pull off the masking. You can see what the skin looks like over everything. So that's not bad. I like that. Like that. So we got these two getting there. I did have a chance during the week to sand her legs down, so she's getting a little bit better there. Get back a little bit. So yeah, so she's getting a little bit better. So hopefully next time I can work on the legs a little bit. I gotta sand them down still some more. I really like that Black Widow color now. Makes me want to make a full size of her. Like a 1/4. I'm going to show you guys something else, something personal I've been working on. I did one of these kits a while back. So if you guys saw that one Power Girl kit I did a while back, I brought it to the Jersey Fest show. I actually picked up another kit, but I redid it. So this is kind of cool. So this is the same kit I did for the while back. I redid her chest. I gave it a little bit bigger chest. And I actually got a Hot Toys head that's in scale. And I'm using a Hot Toys head for it. And I sculpted all this hair onto it. So it's just something I wanted to try. You know, I was doing an experiment to see if it would work. So it's a personal project, but one of these ones that I've been kind of working on here and there. Actually, you know what? Nah, I won't be able to. There's too much stuff in front of it. But yeah, so I put the line work around her arm. I re-sculpted all this chest here. I added, you know, redid some of the line work here, and I gave her a Hot Toys head. So it's working out pretty well. So this was kind of an experiment to see if I could start doing shorter hair and give it a flow. So this is kind of one of my practicing things I do on the side. And I just think it's, so I got a better understanding now on how to do short hair and kind of give it a flow. It's working out pretty well. The only problem I ran into is I might have to make this arm removable because I don't think the head it'll hit it. So, one of these little side things I do here and there. Yeah, just a fun thing. And I think what I also, which is I'm going to do on the side, or maybe do a video on, is I actually picked up the black Electra that Sideshow put up. I've been sitting on this head for ages. So I was thinking when I get the black Electra, I'm actually going to take her cap off, sculpt the hair, and then I was thinking of giving her a mask and make it a change of head for the black Electra. It's just something I've been sitting on for ages, so I thought this would be a fun video to do. So that'll be something down the line. And I had a chance to sand her down from the last stream, so I was able to. I got to sand down some more, but I didn't spend a hell of a lot of time sanding it, just to kind of clean it up a bit. So it definitely worked out better than what I originally had. So I'm going to sand this down some more. I got to kind of work out some areas here and there, get it cleaned up, and then what I can start doing is I gotta fix the fur here, add the fur here and here, and then start working on the hair and everything up there. So just some things a little bit on the sides here and there I've been throwing into the mix. Yeah, that's about it. That's all that's been going on. So I think we're gonna cut the stream there. Kind of tapped out from doing all that line work. My wrist is bothering me anyway. So hopefully next stream we'll be able to finish her up, get all her blue done. I'm gonna have her ready, all masked up by the stream starting. Try to get all that done in one shot. And then probably could do the hairs, and then maybe any of the bases and touch-ups I'll have to do off stream because it's kind of boring. I don't know, we'll see how it works out, because I want to start that Batgirl video stuff too while I'm working on this one. So we'll see how it plans out. Nothing ever goes to plan, but we'll see. So you guys have a good weekend, and you know, we'll see you next week hopefully, unless I do an extra stream or something. You never know, maybe something will pop up. So thanks for stopping by, guys, and have a good one.